Let's take
Big rain, come along with me. Together with the truth you see. Got our pearls and our laughter too. The search for facts is always new. In this place we keep it real. Classy vibes and joyful zeal. Join the journey, it's just begun. We shine brighter than the sun. Hit the light and share the vibe. Crush those pearls, let's take the ride. Helen's here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear. Spreading truth is what we do. So hit subscribe and join the crew. With every search we pave the way. Together we will save the day. With every laugh we lift our hearts. In the search we all take part. Thank you all for standing strong. Together we belong. Hit the light and share the vibe. Clutch those pearls, let's take the ride. Helen's here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear. With every laugh we lift our hearts. In the search we all take part. Thank you all for standing strong. Together we belong. Hit the light and share the vibe. Clutch those pearls, let's take the ride. Helen's here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear.
The pearls were bound together through the storm and darkest weather. We search high, we search low, together everywhere we go. Justin's here and he's going live with the best fans by my side. We're a family, we hold strong. Together we can right the wrong. We clutch them pearls, we shine like stars. Searching wide, spreading love afar. Every stream, every heartfelt plea. We are one in this community. Daily grind, but we're not stopping. Pearls around the world just popping. With each view and every share, we send hope and show we care. We clutch them pearls, we shine like stars. Searching wide, spreading love afar. Every stream, every heartfelt plea. We are one in this community. Daily grind, but we're not stopping. Pearls around the world just popping. With each view and every share, we send hope and show we care. We clutch them pearls, we shine like stars. Searching wide, spreading love afar. Every stream, every heartfelt plea. We are one in this community. In the night or in the day, girls will light and lead the way. Justin's heart and your support. Together we will hold the fort. Lilly grind, but we're not stopping. Pearls around the world just popping. With each view and every share, we send hope and show we care.
Click play and come along with me. Together with the truth you see. Got our pearls and our laughter too. The search for facts is always new. In this place we keep it real. Classy vibes and joyful zeal. Join the journey, it's just begun. We shine brighter than the sun. Hit the like and share the vibe. Clutch those pearls, let's take the ride. Comments here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear. Defending truth is what we do. So hit subscribe and join the crew. With every search we pave the way. Together we will save the day. Defending truth is what we do. So hit subscribe and join the crew. With every search we pave the way. Together we will save the day. With every laugh we lift our hearts. In the search we all take part. Thank you all for standing strong. Together we belong. Hit the like and share the vibe. Clutch those pearls, let's take the ride. Comments here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear. Hit the like and share the vibe. Clutch those pearls, let's take the ride. Comments here and spread the cheer. Members make the truth so clear. Come along with me.
Two seconds. Well, hello, my beautiful pearls. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is May 22nd, 2025. It is currently 8:32 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Hello. Can you feel the love tonight? Irony, you guys are nothing but love. I adore every single one of you. All right, guys, good to see you all. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. A lot to cover in this live today. So please hit that like button and consider sharing this out on your favorite social media. It is a way to help spread awareness for all of these missing. Also, you can, for the replay crew, you can comment down below on your feelings on any of these cases as well. You can also become a member of the Pearl family. We would love to have you. That's another way to help the channel, and also by donating if you so choose. And thank you so much, Andrea. Good to see you, love. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for donating a pearl necklace, my dear. Really do appreciate you, my love. Hope you are well, Miss Andrea. Thank you so much, love. Lady for Justice. Hey, boy. Thank you so much, Lady for Justice. Good to see you, my love. Hope you are well. Thank you, babies. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much, sweetie. You're so good. Thank you, Lisa. Good to see you, baby. Hope you are well. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Miss Lisa. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Steve. Happy birthday. Good to see you, my dear. Hope your day is amazing. At the end of this, I'll sing you happy birthday if you want. I will be happy to sing you happy birthday from all of us pearls here. Good to see you, love. Yes, y'all wish Sue a happy birthday. All right, guys. So, a lot happening so there was a child missing in Hendersonville, Tennessee, another child, not Sebastian Rogers, which we're going to get into in this live. Don't you stick around. Just stick around. Trust me, we'll get to it. But there was a child missing in Hendersonville that was not Sebastian Rogers, and his name was Luke Becker. He was 17-year-old autistic child. He's been found. He's been found. Praise the Lord. Can we just give God praise for that? Thank God. Thank you, Lord. He has been found safe. Found safe, which is exactly the way it should be. Which is exactly the way it should be. He has been found safe. Found alive, found safe. His family has put it out that he was found safe and all of that. And that's what happens. That's what happens generally whenever a child goes missing, right? Most are found, thankfully, praise God, and they are found safe. They're found safe, and that's the way it should be. If there's a child out there that is, not concealed in any way, they usually find them. They have so much technology now. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Yep, that's right. That's right, Smiley. That's right. And they usually find them pretty quickly as well. So, that's the good part. That's the good part of this. So thank God for that. Now, with Lilly and Jack, you remember yesterday, I noticed that I was going through the transcript again of the dispatch, and we were talking about the cameras. Someone said, "I've got cameras." One of the neighbors, it's a guy. Guess what? Today there's a woman that has 7 trail cameras. 7 trail cameras. And she just did an interview. And hopefully that is going to be, something big. Oh, thank you, Red Moon. Thank you, dear. Appreciate you very much. Hopefully that's going to be something big. So we know that a guy named Justin said he's got cameras of everyone on that road. And more neighbors are talking too. Yes. Do I have the flamingos on? You know it, girl. You know it. Of course I do. Of course I do. Oh, yes, 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 I do. Can't go wrong with the flamingos. Amy and Justin, did you see? She said they went. Yeah, oh yeah, we're getting to it, Smiley, honey. Oh, we're getting to it. Oh, those horses. We're going to get to it. Now, I asked a poll in chat there. You can vote anonymously. Is this Justin the brother? It's not Justin the brother. It's Justin the neighbor. Maybe Ann Elizabeth, maybe. So we're working some sources as much as we can right now, and there's a lot going on here, a lot going on. Now, I'm a little perplexed about this in a sense because I wonder why RCMP hasn't spoke about this yet. Like why why we're 3 weeks into this, right? We're 3 weeks into this. And now we're just knowing that there's cameras. Did they check on these cameras earlier on in the case and we're just now knowing this? Or is this something that has just broke in the last couple days or so? And does this mean, and this is just me thinking, it's not a fact, so I want to make that very clear. Does this mean the RCMP is looking in a specific direction now? Do they have a direction of where they believe this might be going now? Right? Wendy says, and makes a very good point, investigative technique, never tip off suspects to what evidence you have. I agree. I agree. That is true, Casey. We have known virtually nothing at all from the very beginning. Really, the only thing we know is that the kids are missing, right? Thank you, Bingo. All we know is that the kids are missing, right? And hold on a second. I feel like there's something in my eye or something. All we know is that the kids are missing. They didn't go to school Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. They went missing Friday, and we know the parents' words. And I think that is very, very important because the words are not matching. They're not matching. And, last night we discovered in the live that Daniel said in print, one place that maybe he said it on video too, I can't remember, but I know he said it in print and it was quoted that he checked in the roads, the back roads, and the culverts. And then when he got back, the RCMP was already there. And then he said he checked the culverts and the roads, and he said, and we waited, and we got back, and we waited for the RCMP. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and people can see things differently, right? You and I can read a book and we can take different parts of that to our own understanding, right? But there is a major difference in this. And that's what's kind of bizarre, especially if they say they did, were there together, went through this awful tragedy together. And I don't know. I don't know. All I know is we need to find Lilly and Jack. That's what I knew. We need to find Sebastian. We need to find Michael Vaughn. By the way, Michael Vaughn's case, I know I keep saying this, but it's coming around the bend, y'all. It's coming around the bend. Some justice for Michael Vaughn. We need to find Summer Wells and all that. Oh, thank you, Angel of Light. I love you, Angel. I appreciate you so much, honey. Thank you so much for all you do for me and the community in general. Thank you so much, honey. Raymond, how you doing? Well, 2 months. I've been watching you since Summer Wells case. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Raymond. Good to see you, my friend, and hope the grandbaby's doing good. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your support. Let's pray those cameras have something on them to help. I pray. I pray. And, you know, if someone took them, which is kind of, in my opinion, the narrative, at least, that Jack and mom, not Jack, sorry, Daniel, stepdad, and mom have kind of been pushing towards, especially in the first 48 hours. Our CMP has been kind of quiet the last few days. And, you know, does that mean something's up? I'm sure I have a feeling that they're working very hard. I don't doubt that at all. Oh crap, I don't doubt that at all. Here we go, guys. Credit goes to the CBC. This is the lady with the trail cams. I'll be honest with you. I'm surprised that there was that many trail cams around there. To be honest with you, because there's not a lot of anything around there. But seems like they might got something here. Maria, girl, thank you, love. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. 4 months, looking awesome as always. Thank you, Maria, girl. Good to see you, love. Hope you are well, my friend. Jordan says can't rely on CTV for nothing. You think so? She's probably a wildlife enthusiast. You know, one good thing, I guess, in today's world, and you know, it has its downside too, but there's a lot of cameras, even in, you know, Nova Scotia. And I guess there's people, you know, there's creators everywhere now that have cameras that they could be doing, you know, just wildlife videos for all we know. Life's Design says facts. Daniel's brother was out looking on his ATV, according to Daniel, after the kids went missing. Interesting. Interesting. I want to know, you know, I want to know before. I want to know before. And what she's going to tell us in this video, in my opinion, tells me that, I mean, which RCMP has, you know, not really minced any words, that from the beginning they consider, you know, it is foul play until it's not. You know, they listen to the parents and they, you know, do what they need to do, but they do a two-prong kind of, if you will, investigation, which is what they should be doing. That's what they should do here in America as well. But sometimes, a lot of times, they don't. They've also, you know, got criticized from some criminologists at some universities, if you will, about, you know, they thought they were probably putting all their resources into the searching rather than the investigative side in the beginning, which they could have lost valuable, perhaps, evidence. I understand what the criminologist is saying, and I agree, but also you don't really know anything in the beginning. Even the authorities don't. They have to find out. And if they say that if the parents say that there's kids out there in the woods and they don't put all of those resources, then, I mean, and if they really are out there and something happens to those kids because they were, just going after the parents needlessly, that could end them in, a lot of hot water for the RCMP. And that, so I kind of defend the RCMP on that, in my opinion. Casey, when you leaks. What was that? It doesn't me and you? I don't know. I don't know why. Okay.
Melissa Scott's trail cameras might contain clues about the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. RCMP asked her for days of footage as the investigation into the missing children approaches the 3-week mark.
Days of footage, y'all. Days of footage. I find that very interesting. Days of footage. What does that mean? Is it days after they went missing or days before? I think she'll tell us.
It's scary, especially not knowing what happens. We definitely keep our kids a little closer to home now.
The 4- and 6-year-olds were reported missing from this home on May 2nd, launching a massive search of the woods surrounding the home. No trace has been found.
Now, she's like, we are keeping our kids a little extra closer to home. And I don't blame her, because I think anybody would, because nobody can say 100% on anything, right? You don't know until you know, even though you can, stories not add up, and you can kind of gather, in my opinion, or you can at least form your own opinion. But what the RCMP has not said, right, is, guard your kids. There's someone out there who's abducting, kids, which is, first of all, it's highly unlikely anywhere in the Western world, that just some stranger is going to come and abduct your kid. Doesn't happen. Of course it does. Very, very rarely, though. So they've not stated that. So, and they've said that they don't think that anyone has the kids, like anyone came and abducted them. Because if they did, I think they would probably put out some sort of message. Hey, you know what? Someone may have actually taken, these kids. So, keep your kids a little closer to home, which we should always be watching out for our kids. Number one, like, not only, if someone, because you never know, you never ever know, but the location of where this took place, right? What's the likelihood out of all of these, usually if there's an abduction, it's generally in a much more condensed area. And it's not someone playing in their backyard, right? Remember they said Lilly and Jack went out the back door, the sliding glass doors, and they maybe 20 minutes according to some of their stories. First of all, if they were in their backyard playing and someone abducted them, you would think you would hear the kids screaming, crying, or whatever to that. And they would have to know that there were kids in the backyard as well. Like, it would have to be someone that knows them, in my opinion, at least.
Found, and RCMP haven't ruled out the case is suspicious. This is some of the footage Scott gave police. She says RCMP major crimes officers came to her home this week, asking for everything on her 7 cameras, starting April 27th 5 days before the kids were reported missing.
Holy moly. Yeah. Hello. Do y'all hear that? 5 days before the kids go missing. Coming in like a wrecking ball, aren't they? 5 days. 5 days before. You know what that means? That means RCMP, at the very minimum, is checking out stepdad and mom's story really, really closely, right? And like I said, Wednesday there was no school. And Thursday they were kept home. Friday they were going to be apparently kept home that day as well. April 27th. I would like to know if, we know that, mom and stepdad, they've now broken up, and she's changed her profile, deleted, photos from her Facebook and all that. But we know that the police came after Jack and Lilly disappeared because there was some type of, argument going on with the family at the home. I wonder if the police had ever been there before during the 3 years that they've been together, or at least the last 2 years that they've been living together. Because they allegedly came twice for some family disagreements, right? Had they been there days, a week or weeks prior to them, going missing? Was there trouble in, the home, the relationship, or whatever? I don't know. Raymond, thank you so much, my friend. So good to see you. Thank you. Good to see you, Raymond. And thank you, Kiki. Did they say how close Lady with Property is to the children's home? They did not. They did not. I don't know how far she is to them. What's a FOIA? So in the United States, we have what they call, it stands for Freedom of Information Act. And we can, like any body cameras on a police officer, or any interrogations, interviews, as long as it's not an active, case, we can, even some active cases, we can get like the body cam footage from the moment that they, for instance, go to their house to arrest them. You can get cameras from every body cam from every police officer. You can get footage from inside their car. You can get their interrogations, records, all of that, because in the United States, we, transparency is supposed to be the name of the game here. They fight you on some of the things, though. You will usually win if you really buckle down and keep, going back and saying, something's wrong here. You have a right to know. You have a right to know. And I've gotten many FOIAs for this channel as well. There's a Widow. Honey, are you on the road? How you doing? Thank you, Widow. Good to see you. Thank you, babies. If you received that pearl necklace, will you please thank our beloved widow Bailey for gifting you that? Thank you so much, my dear. Rainbow says, Justin, play the video that you will see how far the neighbor is, and her camera's 18 minutes drive and 5 kilometers. Okay. Here we go.
2 of Scott's neighbors were also asked to provide footage to RCMP. She says the officers also asked about her family's vehicles to rule out local traffic in the footage.
Possibly they are wondering if they didn't go missing earlier, or maybe somebody who isn't local to the area was around.
That's interesting, right? Maybe if they didn't go missing earlier, or if someone, is in the area, which again, the RCMP does say that they don't believe this is an abduction. I mean, they won't rule anything completely out, which I don't blame them. They shouldn't.
Beforehand.
This road is the most direct path from Scott's property to the home the kids went missing from. We drove between the 2 places. It's about an 18-minute drive down rough dirt roads. Straight through the woods, it's about 5 kilometers.
I did mention to them that I was very happy to see them and glad that they were canvassing a little further and looking at trail cam footage. And they did respond saying that they probably should have been around earlier.
RCMP would not answer CBC's question.
Okay, so I know a lot of people are saying, why didn't they check sooner or whatever? It takes time. It does take time. And if this is 5 kilometers away, you have a little more understanding. But they could be, and this is just speculation on, so don't take this as a fact. But what I'm thinking is maybe they're, they've got, we know that Justin offered his footage in the dispatch. I talked to you guys about that yesterday. Maybe they're, checking away. Someone may have left with Jack and Lilly, right? Whether that is a stranger or someone closer to home, maybe they're going in a certain direction and working their way out, trying to follow said vehicle, if you will, right? So maybe, they're starting to kind of get a grip on which way potentially someone may be headed. Nova, I remember that. Oh my God, that was horrible. I remember that. The Fifth Estate drug the RCMP for filth on that one, and I don't blame them. That was terrible. Yes, Justin, this isn't going cold, which is good, bit by bit. Yeah. It seemed. I mean, it doesn't seem to be going. I mean, I think it would be way too early for it to say it's cold, but it shows that they're making, in my opinion, some progress. Now, will it be enough progress to find Jack and Lilly? I hope. Will it be, if they were wronged in any way or hurt in any way, will it be enough to get justice? I hope, right? But if this is 5 kilometers out, right? That means Lilly and Jack did not walk 5 kilometers. They did not walk 5 kilometers. Not a 4 and a 6-year-old. No. Mm-mm. So that, in my opinion, tells me they're looking for someone potentially transporting.
Questions, including why they are seeking trail camera footage from before the disappearance and why they are identifying local vehicles. Nicholas Sagan, CBC News, Glengarry Station, Nova Scotia.
Okay, I'm going to play this in full. It's only like a minute and 30 seconds again, so without interrupting.
Scott's trail cameras might contain clues about the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. RCMP asked her for days of footage as the investigation into the missing children approaches the 3-week mark.
It's scary, especially not knowing what happens. We definitely keep our kids a little closer to home now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't run away. Lil Red says, I read a study on my live the other day that a 1 through 6 years old do not run away. They do not know what that is. They don't know what, running away is, but they do wander, and that does get them lost, right? They're not gonna, pack their bags and say, I'm out of here. But they, see something, or they're playing, and before they know it, they're in the woods and they wander off and they don't know where they're at. So, but you're right, they're not going to just run away intentionally.
The 4 and 6-year-olds were reported missing from this home on May 2nd, launching a massive search of the woods surrounding the home. No trace has been found, and RCMP haven't ruled out the case is suspicious. This is some of the footage Scott gave police. She says RCMP major crimes officers came to her home this week, asking for everything on her 7 cameras, starting April 27th, 5 days before the kids were reported missing. 2 of Scott's neighbors were also asked to provide footage to RCMP. She says the officers also asked about her family's vehicles to rule out local traffic in the footage.
Possibly they are wondering if they didn't go missing earlier, or maybe somebody who isn't local to the area was around beforehand.
This road is the most direct path from Scott's property to the home the kids went missing from. We drove between the 2 places. It's about an 18-minute drive down rough dirt roads. Straight through the woods, it's about 5 kilometers.
I did mention to them that I was very happy to see them and glad that they were canvassing a little further and looking at. I did mention.
Okay. Do you pronounce it Glengarry Station? Glengarry Station. So with the road, it's 8.2 kilometers. Kind of in a straight line, it would be 5.24 kilometers. Glengarry. Okay, thank you to my fellow Canadians.
To them that I was very happy to see them and glad that they were canvassing a little further and looking at trail cam footage. And they did respond saying that they probably should have been around earlier.
RCMP would not answer CBC's questions, including why they are seeking trail camera footage from before the disappearance and why they are identifying local vehicles. Nicola Sagan, CBC News, Glengarry Station, Nova Scotia. It's been
That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Just seeing if they put anything else out that. Okay. All right. 2 seconds, y'all. All right. So sorry about that. Andrea says, I'm beginning to think the RCMP has nothing. I'm beginning to think that they're working their way out. I think they're working their way out, maybe in a specific direction. I was trying to look at the map of Glengarry. It's Glengarry, Nova Scotia. Here we go. I'm going to show y'all. How big is Glengarry? Is it, let's see here. Glengarry is a community in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia located in the Lunenburg municipality district in Lunenburg County. Is it going to show me a little bit closer where we're at? Oh, I'm in Nashville. Sorry. Glengarry is not. Oh, so it's just a little place. Beautiful. I mean, look at the forest there, guys. It's all woods. It's all woods. Is it? Hold on, let me go back here. I wouldn't say there's not mountains, but it's kind of would you say it's not level, it's not flat, but it's a little rolling, if you will. What if they allowed someone to take the children, joyriding, etc., and they regret the decision? Why not a name drop? Just speculation. Wait, what? This is the thing. Every parents report if someone did something to their kids, even like the worst parents report something if someone did something to their kids that's not, going to affect them in any way. The only way you see parents not reporting or caregivers is if generally they A did something, or B was what I call a neglectful accident, right? Some people doesn't like the word accident, but for instance, if there is rugs in the house and a kid got into them. Now, many times, most of the time, parents will still call and get help. But that is the only time you really see a caregiver or parents not call, right? Say, for instance, there are people that still spanks their kids or whatever, and I'm not a proponent of that. I don't personally support it, but there are that do. And for instance, let's say if a parent slapped their kid on the face, they were mad or whatever. They meant to slap them, but they didn't mean to, make them fall and hit their head on a counter and, pass away, or, can break their neck if they're so, things like that. That would be what I call a neglectful accident. Things like that. They freak out and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm going to go to prison for the rest of my life." And they panic, right? They panic. That's not Glengarry. I don't know. It's just what it says. Bar M Ranch, Glengarry. So this is Glengarry right here. Or it's Glengarry Road. Oh, look at this. Gold River. There's so many lakes. My God. Here. And it's about 17 kilometers. Not 17. 5 was it 15 miles, I think it is. From Glengarry to where in it like a straight line. 8 kilometers? Look at all, I mean, there's just so many big lakes. That's not even including ponds, like when you get closer, right? You can't even really see the ponds when you're kind of up high. So we'll have to see. Maybe they're working their way out. Oh, that's what let me show you. Let's look at this for 1 second, because I just thought of this. Question. People that are local, if you for instance, if you are driving not the right area. It's a Glengarry Road. I'm always terrible with the metric system. Yeah, Americans are the only ones that goes by miles. We are the only ones. in the world. It says Glengarry right there. I don't know. It says Glengarry, Nova Scotia. I don't know. We'll see. Close to New Ross. But if you was leaving Jack and Lily's house and you went right or left, would you pass Glengarry in any way? Does anyone know that? Any locals know that? Oh, it's Glengarry Station. Oh. Okay, there we go. Let's try this now. Oh, we were way the hell off. Way the hell off. Glengarry Station. There's two. What is Glengarry? Is Glengarry something there we go. Is Glengarry something Canadian? Is that why there's more than one? Glengarry is a community in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia in Pictou County. So it's same county. It is the headwaters of the Middle River and the Cape Breton and Northern Nova Scotia railway line. Okay. That's interesting. All right, so that can't be just, I mean, is there anything in Glen? Is there anything here? Like at all? Like at all? Here's New Gairloch right there. Yes, yeah. I found there might be a moose author said. Oh my god. That's funny. Sorry. A moose. I don't know. The word moose to me is a funny word. I can't help it. I don't know why. It's always been a funny word for me. Nova Scotia, New Scotland. Oh, thank you, Jem. I learned something new today. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. All right. Magdalena, thank you so much for becoming what a beautiful name. Love that name. Thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you are well. All right. I just want to look at this road one more time. Let me, not on Google Earth, but on right here because they showed it here.
Want answers to see why Melissa.
Somewhere they
See
showed
them
it.
and
Drive
Okay,
roads.
here it
Through
is.
the woods. It's about 5.
Okay. So this is all right. So welcome, Magdalena. Really do appreciate it. So this is my question, right? If you are if you leave Lansdowne Station, right? You would you could go this way. So you could go this way. Okay. So there's a lot of different directions they could go. A lot of different directions. A lot of different directions they could go. Plural is Mises or Mies. Is that true? Is there a plural for moose? It's not mooses. It's a main road. Okay. I believe the train track is a shortcut in between. All right, let me go. Does Google Maps work for Canada? I guess it would, wouldn't it? I mean, not Google, like Google Directions. Google Directions. All right. Let's see here if I can remember their address. Their address is their address 1407 right? Gairloch Road. Let's see. I just want to see like all the directions you could go in that way. You know what I mean? So we're looking for Glengarry Station. Glengarry Station. All right, here we go. I'm going to show y'all this. Okay, look at the maps here, guys. This is interesting. This is interesting. Right here. Look at this. So from 1407 Gairloch Road, you can go these ways. These are the ways you would go. You see me? That's very, very interesting. Dogs on Point. There's a place called Dogs. Oh, I guess it's what's a dog trailer? So the closest is 8 kilometers driving. That's 12 minutes. You can go this way and go 14 minutes, or you can go this way and it's 16 minutes. This looks like such a longer way. This must be a more fast road. Like you can go faster than, because this way looks, well, this is 8 kilometers and it's 12 minutes. 12 kilometers, 12.8 kilometers, 16 minutes, and then 14 minutes, 10.7 kilometers. So you can go 3 different ways that way to Gairloch Road. Google satellites would show ATV trails and power line cuts that could be used as ATVs. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's my opinion on this. I still think that it's more likely that a car or vehicle of some sort was used, but they could have used, I mean, if there is any sort of foul play, that is, because we don't know. But if there was, I mean, they could use an ATV. However, they would have to use, you don't have, how can I put this? If there's foul play, you have to transport, right? There's not really anything to transport on a four-wheeler. They're not quiet either. But so you would have to have something to help you transport on a four-wheeler. That makes sense. I don't like saying it, but you gotta use your mind. There were reports of a white van at the school a few days before, allegedly. Interesting. Are we going to arm our Mies in case the U.S. tries to take us over? Oh my God, I don't think that's going to happen. Old small Jeeps could fit on an ATV trail. Yes. Yes. Just check with 2 more people with you. Yeah. I don't know. Does Daniel's mom or brother drive? Can you see street views? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yep, you sure can. We'll do like, I guess, the shortest map here. We can do that. 1 second. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I can do it right here. 1 second. Directions. and then you would do layers, and then you would do, do they offer a street view? That is, if there is a street view. Let's see if there is a street view. Okay. I don't think there is a street view on here. Oh, there's, okay, maybe here. This is like the for instance, I'll just show you. There's no street view to exactly where it is. This is like the closest area of the street view. Hopewell, Nova Scotia. You know, because a lot of, I mean, God, look at this place. So like if I go out, right, it's will that let you do the street view? Let's see here, satellite or, yeah, there's no street view this way to where we need to go. So the closest area that I could show you is literally right here, which is on White Hill Road, which is close. So this is the, it's, I mean, it's incredible. That's just incredible. Wow. Mom first always. Thank you for 11 months. Coming up on our year, girl. How you doing? Hi. Good to see you, love. Thank you so much for your support. Hope you are well. Hobo, thank you, love. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Hobo, if you get time tonight or tomorrow, could you give me a call? Could you give me a call? If you get a moment. George Canyon grew up there. I don't know who George Canyon is. I'm sorry. Justin, did Dylan's dad mention that you two about the van? I heard him talk about it on his live last week. No, he didn't. Maybe 4 or 5 ways it would be included. Logging roads, yeah, but it's, I mean, you can't go any further than this. But it's, this is the closest that we could get to that area. And look at, I mean, you know, this kind of is like, you know, where they like along the side of the road where they put like Emily in the United States. You know, there's like a kind of like a turnaround area, you know. So there's so many places that could be something, right? So we'll just kind of wait and see. I'm so grateful that the RCMP, they did say that they could have probably been there sooner. Now, on Reddit, someone posted this as well. I want to make it abundantly clear that I don't think we should take this as a fact because they haven't voiced forward. In my opinion, I don't think this person's lying, but I can't confirm it either as well. But it seems like the RCMP is going around right now looking at cameras. And they wrote 2 days ago, RCMP stopped by my workplace to acquire any security footage of our front cam that points towards a store. Said that financial digging showed a parent had a transaction at a store earlier in the week when kids out of school, but not reported missing yet. Hoped that they might catch a glimpse of Lilly and Jack in the vehicle to prove or disprove. It's possible. It's possible. You know, what's like the closest stores that they would go to. I'm worried about moose diving in the ocean and being eaten by whales. Is there a Walmart? There's a Walmart? Hey, Mohawk. In my opinion, police are working from the outer distance to the center. Very possible. Very possible. Is there a place called Pete's? Pete's, Rita? I couldn't believe that they walked to a store, but there ain't even a store nowhere. New Glasgow would be like the closest. Like if they wanted to go out and get like what's the closest convenience store? Like if they just need to go to a gas station, like what is the does anyone know the name of like the closest store that they could go to? No store close. Like what's close to you though, Jennifer? Like 15 minutes, 30 more. Dollar General. It's Gentral. Dollar General. There's so many Dollar Generals. I'm certain that there will be one. It'll be the first thing on Mars. It will be the first business on Mars. Will be the Dollar General. No Dollar General stores in Canada. Moose Mart, are you being serious or are you being funny? There's no T in Gentral. We say Gentral. Dollarama. No, but seriously, like, does anyone know like that would be the closest store? Because I'm just curious. Like, I mean, hell. All right, tell me this. So, for those of you that's out in the sticks, like this, like in Nova Scotia, only if you're in Nova Scotia and you're out in the sticks like this. How? I mean, I know it varies, but how often do people go out to get like gas or a store in general? It's 20 minutes to the school, yes. Dollar and yes, Nova Scotia people chime in, please. I really want to. You're bougie like that, Babs. You go to the DG. Half a tank means empty in the sticks. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just curious because I'm just kind of thinking like, you've got 3 kids and obviously you've got to go out and get necessities and all of that. So I'm just wondering when the last time they could have been out. It's just a funny thing we say. It's just kind of a joke, Casey, like Gentral. There's no T in it. But anywho. All right. We'll just kind of have to see on that, guys. All right, so I think that's all on that. I want to oh, okay, no, it's not. I lied. Because we're going to talk about Sebastian's case as well. 45 minutes for Walmart for me. So that's once a month. We buy in bulk, half hour to the gas station. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's like where I grew up kind of thing. I would literally die now I would die. I would die once a week, twice a week normally. I mean, but there's, a lot of people like living like that. A lot of people like living like that. Did the parents say that they were planning to keep the kids home from school on Friday? Merge, check text, ignore first. Okay. Thank you, Kiki. I will. So this is the thing, Merge. Definitely Thursday. You would have to assume Friday that they were planning to keep the kids home as well, right? Because they, I mean, they don't say they got up at any point that morning, right? They said that they were in the bed and Lilly either popped her head in or went in the room a few times. And that's why they know what she is wearing, right? So you would have to, in my opinion, assume that they had made that decision the night before, maybe Friday morning, like early hours, that they were going to keep them home. But that's really the only thing you could, because when you have kids, you have to make a decision of when you're going to, if you're going to keep them home. Sometimes it's the night before, right? Oh, you're still sick. You're probably going to stay home again tomorrow. Or, you know what? I'll check on you in the morning. We'll play it by ear. We'll see how the night goes. Right? But they don't even know exactly what Jack is wearing per se. So if they don't know what he's wearing, I mean, would it be that morning that they would have, does that mean they would have been out of bed at any point? I don't think so. They probably have a corner store with groceries, many small towns do. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. Your dollar store sells meat. I wouldn't buy it. Oh, meat. Goodness. Okay. All right. We're going to the big DD. You know who that is, right? Do we know who the DD is? Deception Detective. Yes. Thank you, your mama. Appreciate you.
Finished, police had been called.
After I got laid off from work for COVID reasons, all of us were in the house together, and it got stressful.
Oh.
We were arguing, and it just escalated, and then the police were called.
All right. Someone's sent me something. I'm going to show you.
I threatened her.
Okay, so this is Dylan's mom and dad who went missing in 2020, right? 2020, I believe that's when Dylan went missing in Canada. He was at his grandma's house, and his grandma said she went to chain up the dog, and Dylan was in the yard, and she literally chained up the dog and turned around, and he wasn't there. I don't, in my opinion, there's more to the story. I don't believe Dylan's mom still speaks to her mom, which is the grandma who was last seen Dylan.
I said, I'm going to kill you. I didn't mean it. It was just out of anger.
Those are the parents at the center of Nova Scotia's biggest missing child case since Lilly and Jack Sullivan. And despite what you heard, I'm as convinced in that dad's innocence as I am in the guilt of Lilly and Jack's mother. So in today's,
I would agree. I 1,000% stand behind Dylan's mom and dad. They had nothing to do with Dylan's disappearance. They weren't even there.
video, let's watch part of this documentary and I'll show you why. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives, early access, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. If you missed my last two videos, we broke down the first part of this documentary. I'll link them at the end, but you don't need to worry because we're only now getting into the section about how the public became suspicious of the parents. And I haven't seen the section either, so we're going to be watching it for the first time together. All right, without further ado, let's listen.
Public scrutiny intensified after word got out that all was not right in the Ealer home. That 4 days before Dylan vanished, police had been called.
How do you know when it's time to end a relationship or when to really fight for it to see if there's something there?
I don't think there's a right or
Guys, I am so sorry. I've got it on the hold on, we won't
4
get
days
commercials.
before Dylan vanished, police had been called.
I gotta switch it. There we go.
After I got laid off from work for COVID reasons, all of us were in the house together, and it got stressful. We were arguing, and it just escalated, and then the police were called.
I threatened her. I said, I'm going to kill you. I didn't mean it. It was just out of anger.
And you were both charged with domestic violence?
Yes.
And why was Ashley charged?
Because she punched me.
That was enough for online sleuths to start combing into Jason and Ashley's past. And then they
I
believed
remember that.
they hit pay dirt.
Let me tell you something. The internet was incredibly mean to Dylan's mom and dad, and I never understood that. I never ever understood that. They weren't even there. Now, I will say that Dylan's dad told me the other day when I was speaking to him that the boots that were allegedly in this creek, he says, are not Dylan's at all. So he doesn't believe it is Dylan's.
You ever just look at somebody and think to yourself, this mother gonna be the reason I go to jail?
This is a TikTok video Ashley made and posted just weeks before.
They saw this and they ran with this as well. And I don't think, I think sometimes they, it's a TikTok or whatever. It's not that serious because Dylan was in it. Doesn't mean she unalived her kid.
Dylan disappeared.
It was, I believe, from the show The Tiger King. Dylan was on my lap during that video, and people ran with it and thought that it was inappropriate.
And they found a second strange video on social media as well.
Huh? Come on, we can't delay. What did you do? No one can see him on the floor. Get him out the door before he can decay.
The second video was a parody song of Frozen. Was a parody of Will You Help Me Build a Snowman? And it was Will You Help Me Hide a Body?
I need to ask you
Listen, I mean, are they in bad taste or whatever? Yeah, they're in bad taste. But, I mean, there's, people that always says, you got to have a friend. What is it? There's a song, If You're Going Down, I'm Going Down Too. It's by Kelsey Ballerini. I think that's how you pronounce her name, Kelsey. She's a country singer. There's you say, you got a friend to hide the body kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like they won't talk. It's kind of in a joke. It's not a very tasteful joke. But people do silly things whenever they're angry or they're trying to be funny, sometimes in poor taste. Doesn't mean you unalived. Right. Now, if there is some form of abuse before a child goes missing, if there is, an ample criminal record, dark humor. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Dark humor doesn't mean you're, uh, a violent person or anything like that. I was thinking that as well. The Dixie Chicks, Earl had to die. Yeah, that one as well.
Straight out. Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your son?
No. No. I love my son more than anything.
That's true, Kent. You cannot, there's just nothing you can convince me by there's nothing physical, no evidence at all, even that mom or dad was there. They dropped, I mean, it's a very common thing for parents to drop their kids off at grandma's house and grandpa's house. That's a very common thing. Grandparents a lot of times, love that. So look at this woman. She's absolutely broken.
Coming up.
I'm still trying to come up with a statement analysis version of eagle-eyed, so forgive me if this sounds cringy, but bat-eared listeners will recognize just how carefully worded my intro was. And that's because I'm ready to say for sure that I think the dad is innocent in this case, but I'm not quite ready to take that leap about the mom. And it's not because I think she's guilty. If I were forced to bet, I would say that she's probably innocent. And those TikTok posts, while bizarre, don't factor at all into my analysis.
Yeah.
The same goes for the second half of my intro, where I said I'm ready to say for sure that Lilly and Jack's mom has some guilty knowledge, but I'm not quite ready to take that leap about her boyfriend, Daniel Martell. And again, it's not because I think he must be innocent. I just haven't seen enough of him yet, whether it's red flags or green flags. In other words, from the little I've seen of Dylan's dad, it's enough for me to think that he's innocent because he's so committed to searching for his son. The same way I've only seen one interview of Lilly and Jack's mother, but it was enough for me to say that she's probably guilty.
I think, in my opinion, they both have knowledge. I think they both have, at the minimum, knowledge, based upon their behavior and their statements that they've made. Very, very different. What separated them? Like, I get it that times like in these, anytime there's death in the family or someone goes missing or infidelity or financial problems, those kind of things, outside influences, whether that be family or friends, it's very stressful. It's very, very stressful. But she got the fuck up out of there. Like, she got out of there. Like, why that quick? Daniel says the family was blaming me. And I don't think that's fair of her family to just, sit and blame Dylan. And I don't think it's fair for Daniel's family to just sit and blame her. Right? They both said they were together. Both of them publicly, both of them said they were together that morning, right? That night. So if they are both together in that little trailer and they both agree to that, then they would, like I've said, and I have said this since day one. I said either both of these parents have knowledge and know something, in my opinion, i.e., perhaps could be allegedly involved, or those kids are in the woods. I don't see just one of them. I don't see it. Not in this relationship. They live too far out. It's just too small of a place. There's 4 adults on that property. Either at least 2 of them know, in my opinion, or those kids just walked out. Because I don't see it any other way, personally. I just don't. If she blames Daniel, why is she covering for him? Why not speak up? Right. That's exactly right, Connie. That's exactly right. And, I've made this point multiple times. So if her family is blaming Daniel, right? Then they wouldn't even, they're not even believing mom. They're not even believing their own family member. Because, again, she said, Daniel and I were in bed. Daniel, my partner. We were in bed with our baby, our 18-month-old baby Meadow, and we both jumped up. Daniel, do you hear the kids? No, I don't. They had just allegedly heard them in the other room. You get what I'm saying? They saw Lilly pop her head in. She's more worried about her reputation than her children. You think, Jerry? So I don't see it. I don't see how one of them could just be involved and the other one not know it. Now, what I think, in my opinion, is what could be going on, again, just my opinion, not a fact, is there could have been an accident, and one is saying, well, if you hadn't have left this out, or you know what, or if you hadn't have did this, right? And when technically they're both at fault, but they're kind of blaming each other behind the scenes, if you will. You get what I'm saying? And I think that, in my opinion, is what split them up.
Because her statement was so deceptive. And come to think of it, that might be the original sin when it comes to the court of public opinion, getting these sorts of things wrong. It takes a lot of discipline to say, hey, I need more information before I can give you an opinion, whether I think someone's innocent or guilty.
Sure.
But we can't be cowards either. We can't sit on the fence. So when we do have an opinion,
Amen.
we shouldn't be scared to say it. So while I'm satisfied in my opinion about Lilly and Jack's mom and Dylan's dad, I need more statements from everyone else. So let's keep on watching and see if we get it.
Posted a couple of weeks before the toddler vanished in May of 2020, it sent the rumor mill into overdrive. Fueled by the allegations of domestic violence and the fact that little evidence had been found, dozens of groups started popping up, all posting theories wilder than the last.
Ashley and Jason just had a fight only a few days before. Then all of this.
Well, like, for instance, where was it? Where was this comment? Says, Justin, if there is a history of DV, then mom would say whatever she has to while she is with him. Her family may know, so blame him. She may have spoken up once, safe, and hasn't returned. So, for instance, and this is 1,000% speculation. I'm just trying to show, talk about examples here, theories. For instance, let's say one of them was a rug dealer, right? And one of them was addicted to rugs. many times, if one is a rug dealer, um, they get close to a person because of rugs, right? And then they fall in love or whatever. And this is the real world. It happens. And the family could be, behind the scenes. Oh my God, uh, you got her on rugs, or you got him on rugs. And when that wasn't actually the case, they were already on rugs to begin with, right? But the family could be, blaming something like that, or um, could be financial, could be infidel. You never know uh, what goes on behind closed doors. No human being is perfect. I don't think we can expect anyone to be perfect. But also, when you have kids, you can't be um, neglectful, obviously, and you got to make sure they're safe first thing. Justin, I can't think of another reason why she would stay away from where her baby has disappeared. Nothing would keep me away from but fear, or some big reason or advice to keep my baby safe. um I mean, is there a possibility of DV? Yes. And I said this very early on in this case, that, if there was, which we have no evidence, I want to make that clear, to suggest that there was DV. Uh, I've not seen anything to date. But sometimes, that's if something happens, it could be your only way out. But also, you would think, she would be telling the RCMP, or telling the world, like, this mother chicken, you know, beat me, you know, every day and twice on Sunday, you know what I mean, kind of thing, and uh was so terrible to us, and we feared for our life and all of that, and that's the reason I'm gone. I don't know. You really don't know. You really don't know.
Sudden, Dylan goes missing. Sounds too much of a coincidence and fishy for her not to be put in the hot seat.
You are a disgusting bitch. I hope you get it in jail. Making TikToks with your son and saying that type of thing? What kind of mother are you?
Those videos, when people look at them after your son has disappeared, you can understand how they might
See, Rainbow, are you talking about Lilly and Jack? Is that what you're talking about? See, I I I I know a lot of people talk about trafficking in a lot of these scenarios, but uh trafficking is usually much, much different than what we picture, like, or what we hear about, like, in the movies and stuff like that. uh Trafficking is usually um a woman, a younger woman who is hooked on drugs, and they exploit her uh to for their own financial gains or whatever, and they keep them, usually doped up in a house like this. I don't I don't see, when it comes to, like, child trafficking, it's generally babies, infants, that are, if there's any sort of trafficking, if you will, it's it's generally babies, like infants. Rainbow, I agree. I mean, the kids looked, as exterior, in their pictures and everything, the kids look fine. I didn't see any neglect. Just because someone, their house appears, not to maybe our standard of living or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean the inside is terrible as well. You know what I mean? So I try to give a little grace on that. Now, I think there was some things around there that was kind of a hazard, that, you wouldn't really want that around your kids because they could get hurt on it, but I don't know.
Think, well, these are bizarre things to post about her son.
I can see after the fact how people could think that.
I'll be quiet after this, promise. Babs, children that are abused in many ways will still smile, talk, and try to be happy as they can be. You're absolutely right. And they will still love their parents unconditionally. A child's love is the most unconditional love that you can think of, other than, in my opinion, God's love. But um you you I've did foster care for a long time, and I've seen really, really, really bad parents who their kids love them with all of their heart and soul, knowing and will defend their parent whenever their parents aren't making the right decisions in the best interest of their child. And no, it's not like that, or they'll be little and they'll just really miss their parents, and it's really heartbreaking because you just want to shake the parents and say, this baby loves you to the moon and back, and look, straighten your shit up and give this baby the best life. Amazing kids. Amazing kids. God, it makes me want to cry.
But on the other side of it, there's also been, thousands of other people doing the exact same ones, with their kids in the videos.
You went from grieving mother that everyone was trying to support to murder suspect in the eyes of amateur sleuths and the people in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. It felt as if like everybody just, turned on me, and
Exactly, Mohawk.
all because of a few TikTok videos that meant nothing. And I don't understand it. I might have some things in my history that you don't like, but that absolutely doesn't make me a monster.
When Truro police caught wind of the videos, they had a new interest in Ashley.
Yes,
When you saw Ashley's TikToks, when
Yes.
they surfaced,
Yeah.
did that tweak something in you in terms of the criminal investigation?
Yeah, I mean that was a bizarre.
So, this case has not been solved, but look, you have a police officer saying Ashley's behavior from her TikTok concerned them. If you think RCMP and police and all of them don't look at your social media and your history and your behaviors, because remember, social media is a history of who you are, right? Of who, things that have went on in your life, right? Good things. A lot of people put a lot of bad things that happens in their life on there, and they you see those people on Facebook, how they're, cussing out someone, their husband or their boyfriend or their ex or, you know, baby daddy or anything like that. And they say a lot of stuff. And it is a history. They would fall asleep looking at my social media.
TikTok, let's say, and just at a bad time. So that was fully investigated as well.
Dave McNeil is the chief of the Truro Police Department.
I've never seen a case actually in all my career take on a life of its own, such as this case.
Police made it clear at the time that they didn't believe the TikToks or the domestic violence charges.
Ada, you could have a point. I think the mother is upset at Daniel because she fell asleep. So when she woke up to find Lilly and Jack missing, she blamed Daniel for not watching them. That's a fair point. I'll make a little comment on that. How can she expect Daniel to be watching them when they were both in bed together, though? You know what I mean? Thank you, Ada. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I think that's a fair point, and I will agree with you that there could be some irrational blaming, right? Like, you should have got up earlier and watched the kids, kind of thing. You know how couples are. If it's like something happened, you should have got up and watched them earlier. I told you to get up and make them eggs or whatever, and you didn't get up. So it's possible, but realistically, I think, how can she blame him when she's the actual biological mother, and they were both in bed with their child? I don't know. And she says she heard them playing in the room as well. She was going in and out, in and out. I think it was, I thought it was bizarre that they were sleeping till 10 o'clock, but now we know that it was actually 8 a.m. when they last heard. So that makes a little more sense. Sleeping till 8. That makes more sense to me. But also if Lilly is sick, right? If she's got a cough and she's able to stay home from school for 2 days, why are you, kind of kicking her out of the room, right? She needs to be cared for as well. Like, I understand you not wanting to wake the baby. I get that. No, what's the saying? You don't wake a sleeping baby, right? But I also understand that Lily's sick and she's been home for 2 days. I don't either, to be quite honest with you. I don't believe the story. I don't believe it. I think it's possible that they could have went missing Friday morning, but I find it less likely. I think that they went missing before Friday. Montreal, thank you so much. Thank you, love. We love Montreal. Passion Flare says, we don't even know if any of the story is true. Maybe they were in the bedroom doing something else. Maybe the baby was sleeping. Maybe they weren't even in the room. Think outside the box. Absolutely. And now that, and like I told you guys yesterday, today, with the woman with the 7 trail cams, they want to go back as far as April 27th. was it 27th or 28th? April 27th or April 28th. Like 5 days before? Yeah, it was 5 days before Lilly and Jack went missing. Right? They're checking all of that. You know what I mean? She had a cough, you know. I still don't understand keeping a child home for a cough for 2 days if they have not been seen by a doctor. Most pediatricians say if it's not vomiting, right? If you're not vomiting, fever, diarrhea, you can pretty much go to school. Pretty much go to school. So there's just a lot of things that do not make any sort of sense. I think they are both taking advantage of not having to get Jack and Lilly ready for school to sleep in, figuring the kids would occupy themselves for a bit. I get that, right? I mean, like I said, like, sometimes, you're a parent, you're tired for whatever reason. I have no problem with, them, being in bed or whatever, but not going and checking on them and making sure, she's not sick that morning, doesn't need any medication for her cough or whatever, not getting breakfast, not getting them situated, right? Usually, if you feel you're tired or whatever, yes, Lisa, it is true. The whooping cough is going around there. It is. However, when's the doctor's appointment? You know what I mean? Like, when's the doctor's appointment? And whooping cough is generally not, it's not easy, but it's generally infants is what you really have to worry about. But like I was saying before, getting up, giving it some breakfast or whatever, I've done it. You're tired. You bring the kids in when they're little, get them whatever they want. If they want eggs, make them. It takes 2 seconds to make some eggs or something, and bring them in your room or whatever. Turn the cartoons on and lay down a minute. Not a problem. It's life, right? Um, I don't know. I don't know. There is a doctor shortage, Ocean Wild. There is, but they have hired I think 97 new doctors. I went over that statistics the other day. They've hired a lot of new doctors. Thank you, Mara. But that being said, if there's a shortage, right, it doesn't mean, doesn't mean you just your kid's sick, you can't see a doctor as well, right? Like if they're sick and they're staying home, there has to be some sort of, for multiple days, some doctor of some sort, right?
Had anything to do with Dylan's disappearance. But that didn't stop the accusations.
His mother and grandmother have killed him. They are known Satan worshippers. This was a sacrificial ritual on the full moon to
Satan, which is why the mother doesn't seem as remorseful as we'd expect. She believes she did a good thing. Yeah. Wow.
Halifax lawyer Al.
So for instance, Shauna, so if you're sick, right? If you're sick, you can't call a doctor and be seen, you would go to the emergency room. I mean, do you have to be like deathly ill to go to a doctor? If Lily's not feeling well, she should have probably stayed in bed, right? If she's sick up playing, if she's sick, I don't see her going outside to play. I agree. I agree. I mean, if it's a cough, again, there's not a fee. I mean, if she's able enough to be, you know, playing, and no fever, again, no diarrhea, vomiting, she can go to school, in my opinion. Or walk-in clinics like most Canadians. Yeah. Or you go to I mean, our healthcare system sucks too. It's ridiculous expensive. I mean, ridiculous. But I mean, you would think there's some sort of walk-in, some whooping cough guidelines do not attend surgery or hospital as highly contagious, having to call for advice first. Right, but I mean, to get this is the thing. To be diagnosed with whooping cough, you first have to see a doctor, right? They have to do, you know, I'm sure some sort of X-ray or at least listening to you. Is there children's? So, Peach, we have pediatricians, right? In America, just like child's doctor, but chat was telling me the other day that they just see a primary doctor. If she was that sick, why were they not up? Oh, exactly. I mean, to me, it doesn't seem like she was that sick. In my just the way she speaks, because she apparently wasn't up that morning with her, right? Like, if your kid's sick, you're going to monitor them all through the night, for sure. And you would definitely have woken up early to check on him. And if she's, quote, playing in the other room, it doesn't sit right. Sick or not, those kids should be checked on and fed. Period. Exactly, Rainbow. Period.
Allison Harris has compiled pages and pages of vicious rumors
Hey, baby
that
kissy.
Ashley and Jason were negligent, or worse, murderers.
If you've looked at the comment section on any of my videos, including this one, depending on when you're watching, you've probably seen comments just like the ones that they read out. And while it could have been Satanists or the Illuminati or a UFO abduction or a serial killer or
Yeah, I don't think I agree. In my opinion, they weren't up Friday morning because kids were already gone, sadly, in my opinion. I think it happened before Friday too. I think it was made up. The whole
a
story.
child trafficking ring that
I think it was all made up, and that's why there is wild inconsistencies there. Wild. Absolutely wild inconsistencies between Daniel and her.
chances of all those things are so infinitesimally small, it's not even worth considering unless you have extraordinary evidence to suggest one of those extraordinarily unlikely theories. Here's how I set my baseline when I'm analyzing a new case, which allows me to sidestep all the nonsense. From my first video analyzing the Lilly and Jack Sullivan case, I'm a big proponent of Bayesian reasoning. In other words, our baseline is set at the statistically most likely scenario. In the case of missing children, one of the most likely scenarios is that they wandered off and got lost. So any evidence that suggests that theory will weigh heavily right away. But any evidence of something less likely, like a stranger kidnapping or a UFO abduction, will be really hesitant to weigh that evidence very heavily unless it's amazingly convincing evidence.
Okay. I just realized I'm 2 hours in this stream. We're going to start on Sebastian now, because if not, I'm not going to get through it, and because we have a lot to talk about in Sebastian's case. Because I know I got a ton of text, emails, and you guys in chat who were disagreed with a lot of some of the things, at least, that Jennifer had stated in her opinion yesterday. And we're going to go through some of that because I respectfully disagree with her, and I want to speak about some of that, if you don't mind. I might get a little worked up. I don't know.
Initial clues as to what happened to.
But I just want to say that I immensely respect Jennifer Coffindaffer. I just want to put that out there. But even though you respect someone, you can disagree. So who is Jennifer? Casey wants to know. Jennifer Coffindaffer is a former, she worked in the FBI at some point. I don't know how long it's been. She still does training in, I think it's for some things. She still trains others, but she no longer works for the FBI. However, I know a lot of you was, Deanna. I know a lot of you was. I got it. Phone blew up yesterday. Phone blew up. But I have immense disagreement with this, and I'll tell you why. Oh, well, when she was on Mob Crew, she had to be correct. Well, we all make mistakes.
Sebastian Rogers. And this is what I mean. We have absolutely no video showing that Sebastian Rogers left his home. For those of you, and I'm sorry, I always forget to sort of set up the case. The setup to this case is in February of last year, Sebastian Rogers, an autistic young man of 15 years old, went missing in Hendersonville, Tennessee. The last person to see him was his mother, Katie Proudfoot. He lived under the roof of Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot was his stepson. His father is Seth Rogers, lives not far from Hendersonville in Tennessee, also had previously lived in California, but moved to another town, Clarksville in Tennessee, to be closer to his son. And one night he just went missing, went to bed. He was last heard from in terms of a.
Hold on, let's get to it.
The best dog. This was an unequivocal out shoes, and she's certain about that. This was an unequivocal point that she.
Now, Katie has certainly made it. I agree with her on this. Unequivocally stated that Sebastian had no other shoes. She also stated in one of the interviews or panels that she was on that he grew out of his slides, and they were going to get him some new slides for the upcoming spring and summertime. However, Seth said that there was slides by Sebastian's bed whenever Sebastian went missing as well. So she also said that Sebastian grew 2 sizes, which is virtually impossible in my opinion. That in literally a month.
He made. He didn't have a lot of shoes, from my understanding, and it's clear that he left without his shoes, if you were to believe his mother,
Let me find it,
and without a
because I
still
know
not a
what y'all are mad at.
sort of is how vulnerable someone with autism can be. And I remember being in those shoes, having a case very similar. I'm not going to talk on it again. Beth, you need to work, and you need to all work in unison as a team and get as many people. And there's no part of me in this case that believes that Sumner County, because they are the lead, they were the lead.
Slides or sandals or flip-flops. Flip-flops. Thank you so much, Sandy Johnson. Good to see you, my dear. We do appreciate you. I can't get over that Daniel said he heard the slide door open, but only after several interviews saying the opposite. It's yes. Yes. And surely RCMP has to know. Surely they have to see that, right? I mean, dang, if they don't, we're in trouble. It's crazy. It's crazy. I agree with you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Good to see you. And thank you, Mini Panthers, for 7 months. 14 months, not 7. I'm just glad you're addressing this. I was so upset. I am proud to her for the last few months. She's been wishy-washy, in my opinion. Well, thank you so much, Mini Panthers. I really do appreciate you. I know a lot of people are upset about this. However, I'm going to get to something that I think Jennifer has not spoken to Seth about. And so I think this is just my opinion. I think she made a decision and she didn't know about something, perhaps. So I'll explain here in just a second. So just hang tight. We'll get to it.
Lead, they still are the lead. That is not going to change. I don't believe they have jurisdiction. It's like Moscow, Idaho, that huge case. We need to look at who has the strongest lead to commit that crime. Right? I should say it's being tried out of Boise. They changed. But I don't want to write is that federal, state, and I need to go back, and I'm going to actually video, which I strongly recommend you all review again.
Okay, here
but I can tell you,
listen,
in looking at that video,
hold on.
I am now
1 second. Listen.
Put locals all work hand in hand and support one another and do everything they can to solve these cases. And so I wanted to go back, and I'm going to actually put up some video. I just went back and reviewed that video again, the Nick Barris video, which I strongly recommend you all review again. But I can tell you, in looking at that video, I am now more suspect than ever that it indeed might not be as significant as I thought it was. I know I've been very dogmatic about it, but this is the problem. It's so grainy. It is so distorted.
So she's talking about the 3 a.m. flashlight video is what she's talking about. And there was, for those of you that's not familiar with Sebastian's case too much, there's a little housing development. There is 2 streets, both cul-de-sacs, dead ends on that street. Sebastian Rogers' mom said, I don't know why he walked out the door. He walked out the door. She made it abundantly clear in the beginning that he walked out. not that he was taken, right? That he walked out. Even uh the news stations said he's never, in the interviews, he's never done this before. He's never walked out before, has he? And she's like, no, he's not a runner. He's not a runner. And so the night, or the early morning hours that Sebastian disappeared, there is a vehicle that pulls up in the beginning of their street, and it's kind of diagonal or catty corner, as we say it. There's a car that pulls up. It gets out and it runs through multiple people's yards and goes in the direction of Sebastian's home at 3 a.m. So whenever all this happened, Seth was on an interview with Pascal, and Seth said, along, and Edgar and KK agreed with him at that time about this, said that law enforcement showed me that video, and it's a trash truck. And people went haywire with that, naturally, because everyone knows it's not a fucking trash truck. It's not a trash truck. But so that's the interview that Jennifer is talking about. Now, what I'm saying is, I wish Jennifer would have spoken to Seth about that conversation, that about the trash truck, because there's a reason. Right. There's a reason. It's not a trash truck at all. And it's just not. And it's not someone changing their fucking trash either. So that's not happening either. No one's they're changing their trash at 3 a.m. Period. Nobody pulls into the damn neighborhood at 3 a.m., goes up the whole street of Kellen, turns back around, pulls on Stafford at no particular house or driveway, gets out and runs through the middle of multiple yards to change the fucking trash. It doesn't happen. Okay? It doesn't happen. Now, it is grainy. It absolutely is grainy. Nobody can argue with that. But there's human activity. I think, if she wants to contact me, I can see if some of the neighbors will, speak with her or whatever, some of my sources. And, they can tell her. They can tell her more. Because the neighbors will absolutely tell you that it's A, not a trash truck, and B, there's more to the video. There's a lot more to that video. You can't convince me. You will never, ever, ever convince me that someone of all nights pulls in to the neighborhood, goes up a street, turns around, goes right to the beginning of Sebastian's street, gets out of the car, goes through a neighborhood, goes to the direction of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' house, and then two people comes out of the house with a flashlight. We see it with our own eyes. The taillights, the headlights, the flashlights, the outlines of two individuals. Does something around the vehicle, backs up, and then scurries the hell off. And then 3 hours, magically, KK wakes up and Sebastian is gone. You won't do it. Not for me. Not for me. Thank you so much, Tina. About a week ago, JC did a live with Doug, the diver. Not sure who all saw it, but the diver said that Sumner has zero evidence and it's going cold. I don't think anybody knows what evidence they have or they don't. Do I think it's cooling down? Absolutely. I do think it's cooling down. However, that's absolute bullshit that they don't have anything. That's absolutely bullshit that they have nothing. Sorry, it's absolute bullshit. Listen, Seth, the father, for fuck's sake, Eric Craddock said they have stuff. They just can't show it. He said that with his own lips. He said that with his own lips. But I know Seth has had umpteen meetings with Sumner County, and I can tell you that whatever happened with the first interview with Sumner County and Seth, for him to be supportive of them, it had to be something, because you guys know Seth was highly critical of them. Now, I think he's going to be probably a critical again as time goes on, because he's probably just getting more frustrated naturally. Who wouldn't be as a parent, except if you're, in my opinion, KK or Edgar. But I think they have a lot of things, in my opinion, but I don't think they have enough. It was on Sebastian's birthday, exactly, Mohawk. Right? So let's continue.
It is so unclear as to the angles that we're looking at and the distance and so forth that I am now really starting to wonder how significant it is. In large part, also because of what law enforcement has said. And law enforcement has specifically said it is not significant. I've always been.
No. Okay, let's talk about this. All right. If they don't have anything, right? Why in the hell would Sebastian's the detective that is on Sebastian's case email me and say, what makes the most sense? And this is a criminal investigation. For them to know it's criminal means they know something. That they know something. Right? Again, they have stuff. They don't have everything they need, though. Right? Yes, she is NHGG. Yeah, I respect Jennifer tremendously. I don't agree with her on this specific part, though, at all.
Troubled by that because I know everyone thinks that law enforcement lies to the public. Believe me, I understand that. But law enforcement really doesn't. The FBI just doesn't say anything typically. And law enforcement really does not want to lie to the public. That in large part is why I think you haven't heard much from law enforcement, because law enforcement doesn't have anything to say and they don't want to lie and mislead, and they're going to get pummeled with.
Okay. I do agree with her with that. I sorta. I do think they're not going to speak because they're not going to tell us anything. So they're just going to, if they do a conference and you ask them questions, they're just going to say, this is an active investigation. Sorry, can't tell you right now. So yeah, I think that's that. I forgot my other point.
With questions on this case.
Oh, that's my point. So she's talking about Eric Craddock saying it is of no evidentiary value. Well, it's pretty much not, because you can't see who the persons are on the camera, right? You can't see who it is. And no matter if it's the FBI or what, you can only clear something up so much, right? There is no magic program where you can, feel artificial things into the, the camera and make something, enhance something so much. There's only so many pixels, and when it's granulated, you can only clear something up so much. But he did say it may hold some value down the road, right? They have not stated that whenever the bullshit video came out about the one Edgar and KK with someone walking their dog, they shot it down in 2 hours of it coming out. And the news didn't even go to the police to say anything, ask them about it before they ran the story. The news. Whenever the Texas Roadhouse video came out, they said those people have nothing to do with it. Absolutely said had nothing to do with it. Unequivocally. Nothing. They have not said that in the video of the car and the 2 a.m. flashlights. We don't know what we don't know, is what he said. It could be of some value later down the road. Right. Again, there is nothing after speaking. Okay, so the first person that ever did Sebastian's case was Trevor Lee. and then Duchess, and then Josh, Smiley, and then myself. We were the first ones out of all of this debacle have been on this case since I've been on it since week 1. So there is nothing that will convince me otherwise after speaking to the neighbors, listening to the parents, watching their words, their body language of Chronicles of Olivia's interview whenever they talk about the lights there. Edgar can't, he's got, anyone even thinks about, talking about that they're going searching, he's going to be in your comments saying, stay out of my yard and stuff, which, I don't blame you. Nobody should be in his yard. Nobody. But is always concerned about everything. Yes, you have sense of soul. Thank you, guys. About people being in his yard, but you're not concerned about the 3 a.m. video the morning your child and your stepchild goes missing. This is not a neighborhood that goes through anywhere. You go to that neighborhood for a purpose. For a purpose. You either live there, you're visiting, you're going there to deliver, or do a house project or whatever. And that's it. That's the only reasons you go there. And you can't tell me that anyone just goes in that neighborhood at 3 a.m., 3 hours, actually 2 hours and 50 minutes before she discovers Sebastian missing, that someone went up that street, turned around, went on Stafford, got out of their vehicle, the fucking flashlight or floodlight goes off. You see them, go over into there. They're up in, you can't see them for about 3 minutes, 2.5, 3 minutes. They're coming back through the yard. They do something around the car, and the one person backs up, floodlight kicks on, tail light comes on, headlights come on. The person starts running back, and the video cuts. The person backs up and then leaves. That is not a coincidence at all. Period. It's not. Now, who those individuals are, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. But I can say I find it extremely concerning that Edgar and KK don't find it concerning whenever they find anyone else concerning with people in their neighborhood, let alone their yard. And I mean, Sebastian just, I pray that this kid is not failed anymore. It's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking. And we'll watch the video. We'll watch the video. I can tell you, I got the outlines. You can clearly see it on the video. We've got photos of the outlines of people. I believe, in my opinion, that these people are wearing something over their head. And this is the thing, even if, this is the thing, there could be one person, two person wearing something over their head, and you couldn't be able to identify them even then, unless you have some sort of proof who it is. If they're in, covering themselves up with a hoodie or something like that. Right? Thank you so much, Lovely. Really do appreciate. Someone made video of trash truck at the same time of day. It looks nothing like the flashlight. Yeah, Lovely. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I have showed you guys the actual trash truck in that neighborhood, how it flashes. I've got actual video of the trash truck in that neighborhood. Actually, I have two videos I've shown you guys. One in the dark. A subscriber that lives really close to there went there one morning and showed it in the dark, and then I have one at a different time of year when it's daylight outside. All right, let's continue.
They don't have anything to say, so they're not going to give a press conference. That's as simple as that. But in regard to that light video, I also looked back at all of Seth Rogers. I've just spent doing this over the last hour. All of Seth Rogers' statements regarding the light video. If you look back on the March 29th interview of him that he...
And, and that's Rainbow, and that's honestly, that's in true crime. You're trained that there are no coincidences, right? There are no coincidences. And especially in this neighborhood where there is no, these are all middle upper class people. Nice, beautiful neighborhood, great families, all of that. It just does not happen. I'm going to pull up this video. We'll listen to this one second.
Gave to Pascal. It's the best one. I really recommend you go back and look at that. I would show it right here, but for some reason, when I'm sharing my screen, apparently it's not working. I really apologize. But nevertheless, please go back and look at what he says. He specifically says that he met with law enforcement.
Amen, Angel.
He describes it and says, the video we are seeing that Barris got in part, not all of it, that's very short, that the video is much, much longer. And that the video that he's seen, which is the original that law enforcement has, shows depth. It shows how a vehicle turned and was obstructed by bushes. And so it appeared that the light was missing, and then the light.
No, Jennifer, if you watch this, I really ask you to talk to Seth about that. I really, really, really ask you to talk to Seth about that meeting and all of that. Because I think she's missing something here, in my opinion. I'll just say that.
Light comes out, and then as it continues to go, now the lights seem together. He's really, really specific. And he also talks about how law enforcement showed him this in the light, and Mob Crew did something very similar, right? We call it overlaying. I think there was another individual that is a close associate of Mob Crew that Pinchu, I believe his name was, that was very intricate, involved in doing overlays in conjunction with what Mob Crew was trying to do. But the bottom line is, I don't think Mob Crew, myself,
exactly, Show Poodles,
Pearls, and many others We don't have what law enforcement has. And that's what makes me go full circle.
Now, I agree with her. I agree with her with that. I agree with her with that. We don't have what law enforcement has. We don't. And totally spot on. But we know that this video was not it was not supposed to have been out. And they didn't like it that Nick put this out at all. And I know that the person that had the video, and I told you guys this long ago, and you also heard Nick Barris say to, they asked law enforcement, or law enforcement asked him, how did you get the video? And I told you guys how he got the video. He got the video because the neighbor shared a part of it with her best friend. And because, they were discussing this and she really trusted her friend. And it was not, it wasn't supposed to have been leaked. She didn't think her friend would leak it. It's kind of like one of those, listen, I'm going to share something with you, but God, do not share it with anybody else. And they go, okay. And then they go share it with someone else. And because law enforcement told the neighbors to not put the videos out, don't leak it, don't do any of that. And that lady ended up giving it to Nick Barris. That's how they got it. Law enforcement went back to the neighbor and said, it's out. How did it get out? Right? That's why they were that's why Eric Craddock said, how the hell did you get that video? Right? If they didn't care, they wouldn't have asked him. Hello? They wouldn't have asked him, how'd you get that video? What do you mean, how'd I get the video? Right? If he would have went to the neighbors and said, hey, do you got this video? And they would have shared it with him, they would have known how he got the video. But they told her and other neighborhoods with specific footage to not share it. And that's why they were confused on how he got it. It's not rocket science. Oh yeah, like you never give your, and that's true. You never give your sources. But the thing is, if they don't care, they're not going to ask. Right? They don't care. How'd you get that? Well, if he got the video, I mean, you would think, well, he went to the neighbor's house and they gave it to him, right? But they knew that neighbor did not give that video to Nick. But the neighbor shared it with her BFF. And that's how he got it. Right. So, of course, he's not going to share his source. But that's how he got it. And so, yeah, let's continue.
With what I'm going to say tonight. We don't have what law enforcement has. There is a reason that law enforcement literally pulled Seth Rogers in and Katie Proudfoot in and told them that video, the light video, is not in play.
Again, you guys know that I respect Jennifer immensely, but she I wish she would have spoken to Seth about that part. Spoken to that part before she said this, because there's they didn't want it out. They did not want it out, and they're technically not. They're not lying, because the video that we see is really not of evidentiary value. It might be of potential circumstantial, but you can't see who it is from the video that was shared with all of us through Nick Barris, right? I mean, you can't say, well, that's this person and this person, right? Because you can't see. So it's, but could it become something later? Yes. They've never said that about any other video. They've never said this video will become, could become something later. They've just said unequivocally no.
And I know that I, for one, have been pretty emphatic that from what I see on there, we can see those two objects. But as I go back and continue to analyze and look at all we know in this case and really literally go backwards and look from the beginning, everything that's happened, which is what I'm doing. I'm treating it like a cold case. And that's the first thing you do is you start from the beginning. And I just know law enforcement knows so much more than we know. And I don't think they lied to Seth and Katie. Now, some of you may say, Jen, Seth has said other things. I've even tried to pin Seth down when he's been on my program or when I've been on with him. Seth, did they really tell you this? Did you really believe it? And it's interesting because I find Seth to be very intelligent, but also very, very, very vulnerable. And he is someone that wants his son back so badly. He's somebody truly hurting. I know there's a lot of people, I've seen it all over the place. It drives me insane, that just hate Seth. I don't know what to say about that. Everybody has to make their own conclusions. I realize that I think Nancy Grace asked him, what has law enforcement said about that? And he says words to the effect really quick. I think they haven't said anything or words to that effect. And that was after, about a year after. I think that was in January of 2025, that interview. If you guys want to go back to it, I might have it written down the exact date. January 31st, 2025.
I'm going to show you all something in a second. Bear with me.
I think what he's saying, I think he just wants it all to make sense. I think like the rest of us, none of it makes sense. But it made sense to him back in March of 2024. Law enforcement explained it in great detail to Katie and Seth. So what's my point with all of this? Now talking about the light video. I don't think they're lying to us. And I think the biggest problem with analyzing so much of this is we don't have that original video. And I'm worried that what we are looking at and what we are trying to decipher is not the full picture.
Oh, I agree. It's not the full picture. There's more to that video and that we have not seen. But there are people that do know. There are people that do know. And like I said, if she wants to, contact me, maybe me or someone can get in them to talk to her and go from there. But I completely disagree with her on that. So, what she is referring to, one second. I'm going to show you guys here. That it again. There's no argument that you can't see who it is. But sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. What's damn. Let me see if this is it. But it's clearly a car and two individuals. Clearly. You can see them very, very good. Here we go. Okay.
We are going to enlarge and slow down this video. Sit back and watch. It will surprise you. These big lights could be a garbage truck. I'm not sure.
Okay, this video from this creator, Brandy, was made a while back. This is not a trash truck that she's pointing out here. This is also the neighbor's lights. So
But I think that they are lights on one of the houses.
Yes.
And I believe they are on the Proudfoot's home, and they are stationary. They do not move. Now, if you pay attention to the rest of the screen, the other two sources of light that you are going to see moving across the screen. I will enlarge it. I'll slow it down some.
See the person
But I
walking?
will point it out to you in just a minute that these are people.
You're going to see him.
That is two people with some kind of light source. Could be a cell phone, could be a flashlight. I don't know, but it is two people with a light source. And they are walking back towards those big lights, which are right at the Proudfoot's home. J for Justice.
See it? You can see him walking. Oh, look, you can see their arms swinging, actually. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Walking back towards those big lights, which are right at the Proudfoot's home. J for Justice showed us where those lights are located by using Nick Barris's video and putting a light filter over it. You can go to her channel to see that. But
No, I mean, Jennifer and I fundamentally agree on everything on this case, except for, I guess, now
if
this.
you pay close attention here and watch as
You could see this is a short clip, and it kind of repeats. So you're going to continue to see like this person walking back.
the light moves across the screen. When it reaches the top of the screen, if you watch in front of those big lights, right here in a second, it's about to walk in front of those big lights, and you will.
You can see it. Head, arm, back, legs. You can see it.
Then be able to see that it is a person. You can actually tell it's a person even before then, about midway
See him. Again, you can
to
see.
the lights. But watch closely, and you're going to see this person walk in front of those big lights right there. Right there. You see?
You can see.
Pause it. If you need to, you can enlarge your screen and take a look at it.
You
Even
can see him moving.
slow it down on your end and take a look
Yeah,
at
if I
it.
go back.
Look right now. There it goes. It's about to cross. Okay.
There's two people.
Here, I'm
One's
bringing it
walking
to
here,
you.
one's
Now
walking here.
watch. That is a person right now standing in front of that light source. I have inserted a enlarged still shot of the video where you can actually.
Yes. So what? So she's saying walking towards the Proudfoot home. This is not the Proudfoot home. I want to make that clear. This is not the Proudfoot home. This is the house beside the Proudfoot home. But this right here is a ditch that goes right up. Here's like the ditch, and it curves and it goes straight back, is what it does. And they're walking along the ditch area.
See that is a person.
Oh, hold on. Let me see here.
I have inserted
I mean, you can see it's a person right there.
a enlarged still shot of the video where you can actually see that is a person.
This is an overlay. This is where the light is coming from that night. Right here. It's off. They're walking along the ditch area. And the car was right freaking here. Here's the car. It's not some random ass neighbor taking out the trash. That I can assure you, in my opinion. Now, 1 second as I open this up. Hold on one second. Okay. I think it's this one. Give me 2 seconds. Here is, there's a truck, the road, and this is the car. This is the tail lights that came on. This is the headlights. Hold on. I zoom the hell in on this one where you can. Oh, wait. Okay, right there. Do you see the light kick on? All right. Look at the light. It's going to kick on. See that? See the floodlight kick on? Watch. Floodlight kick on. Why? It's a motion light. And then right after that, you're going to see taillights kick on. Then you're going to see headlights kick on. Watch. Hold on. Watch. Lights off, lights on. Lights here. Light. Oh, look. Headlights. Oh, look. Tail light. It's I mean, people change their opinions, but I don't see it. I mean, I don't get it. But again, I think she needs to speak to Seth and some of the very, very good sources. Right. They are. Lights kick right on. Watch this. Watch. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Better. There was a dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information,
I forgot about this. I don't even know what this is.
the call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say, the dog's got to send us over.
Oh boy, he pushed this. I forgot all about this, y'all. Remember, he pushed this one. Damn, did he push this one about there being a scent of Sebastian over there. Oh my God, was there a scent? Of course, he wanted there to be a scent right there because even though there was nothing, no evidence to prove that Sebastian ever walked out. I did too, Babs. I did too. Yep.
Yeah, and that's what
back up.
He said deputy said that it shouldn't even have been on dispatch.
Going into the construction site over here back.
This was within the first hour.
Towards the beach. That's I'm behind you.
This was like 8 o'clock.
Awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah. Leading right over here to the retaining pond.
Now, I appreciate these guys that's searching and all that, but they also, that mannequin, they thought it was someone as well. The mannequin in the
No
building.
shoes, just footprints. My shoes that Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Okay, you see any footprints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt, headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
On the track he was running is the dog. The dog.
47, what kind of shoes does he wear?
He wasn't wearing shoes.
Size 10.
This is the thing. They didn't even know he wasn't wearing shoes at this time. They say he wears a size 10 shoe. They might know the size of the shoe that he's wearing, but they didn't say he wasn't wearing shoes, in my opinion, because Seth had not long by that time just discovered that Sebastian's shoes were still at the house, and KK didn't see that. So they're out there searching at this time. They know what size shoe he's got, but they have no idea that Sebastian, the searchers here, have no idea that Sebastian didn't take his shoes, allegedly.
And then, like I said, the path that they tracked. So, our subdivision, if you're in that subdivision, directly, the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision. Okay. It's called Victoria Place. Okay. The step that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Keller. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right, they're cutting in.
Which is ironically, yes, I have Ashley. Which is ironically the way that this car came in. They went on Kellen, all the way up Kellen at the four-way intersection, dead end. They turn around and they come back down Kellen. And then they go on Stafford. Barely.
All this together. Okay. And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
All right, look at this, guys.
And it was knee deep.
Okay.
It was knee deep. Knee deep, that old retention pond. That old retention pond. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You tell me. You tell me. You tell me. If O, Edgar, and KK don't think that this light, the flashlight, they say that, watch their body language.
Everything is still on the table to being looked at.
We just know he's out there somewhere. One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville.
Watch KK's arms, watch her body language, watch his.
They had security footage that showed two flashlights.
The one I just showed you.
The night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video or?
Sure. So
KK draws it in real quick. KK draws it in real quick.
This video or?
Sure. So
look at them, both of them. Sure. Disgust. KK. Come the fuck on. In my opinion, allegedly. Watch this.
there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what it can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement.
You cannot give an official statement unless it's your statement.
From law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not.
Yes. So now Edgar says that's not even a car that you see that I just showed you with the floodlight kicking on, the tail light and the headlights. The floodlight kicks on because somebody's right there in front of the car. And then a few seconds later, I just said, wait for it. They get in their car, they start up their car, and the taillights and the headlights kick on while somebody's running back to the house. This is 2 hours and 50 minutes before Sebastian Wayne, Drake Rogers, is not discovered in his bed, rather. And so Edgar says that's not a car now at all. He just recently said it. He also says that one of the neighbors has came forward and said it was him taking out his trash at 3:10 in the morning. Not true. No neighbor has came forward and said it was them taking out trash at 3:10 in the morning, walking through multiple neighbors' yards. Yep, Rainbow.
As much as we would love it to be one, it's not.
Look at KK.
I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from.
Why not? If it's nothing, why does it matter where it's shot from? And then another interview, Edgar talks about the cameras in front of their house, where the front door is, where they said Sebastian walked out.
But I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from.
Oh, I believe that.
And nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately.
I disagree.
And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there.
It was from a neighbor's house, like caddy corner, like the same street. It's in front of one of their neighbors' houses, that you can like see their backyard. And that video was recorded the night, or technically the morning, Sebastian went missing. There was a car right there 2 hours and 50 minutes before KK says she goes in Sebastian's room and discovers he's not there. Just
the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
This is stepdad and mom, and this was about 3 weeks after he vanished. Yeah.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got they've got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, but yeah.
Does he believe his own shit? Oh my God. I'm wondering more and more what. I know, show poodles. I know. It's bad. It's bad. And the thing is, I hope that Sebastian is out there and someone finds him. I hope that they, are in the woods one day or wherever he is, and they make a discovery of wherever he is. Yep, Royal. Yep. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'll never get over this. This one just tells me all I need to know, in my opinion. Just their body language. One second. Damn. Oh, I'm messing it up. Maybe. Okay, here we go.
Nash shoots the
So
He inhales, she exhales. Watch your chest. Watch him.
there's a lot of speculation about the video that are floating on the internet.
The hand placement was odd. Oh yeah, she just canned up like a. There's this one, and Smiley's interview is really, really good. It's really, really good. She absolutely screws up on this one. She screws up royally in this one, in my opinion.
room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed.
She says it exactly the same way every time. Went to bed. I don't believe that, in my opinion.
He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep."
Mind you, that is an hour past the time he said he was going to bed, and an hour longer. She already let him stay up at least an extra hour, which is 9 a.m. Or 9 p.m. And that would be 10 p.m. when he normally goes to bed at 7:30, 8 o'clock. Not my words, their words. So we're, over 2 hours, 2.5 hours than he normally does. And she's saying, I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to bed.
And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
That's when he wasn't here. Look how I just now noticed her face like that. Watch this.
Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here. What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling? Just
She's getting ready, in my opinion, to really mess up your perfectly imperfect. Hello, thank you for 2 months, my dear. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Sorry. 2 months, number 6 months this year. Love you, Justin, Remy, and Pro Community. Thank you, perfectly imperfect. I really do appreciate that, dear, for being a pearl. Means so much to me. No idea. So thank you so much, my dear. Good to see you. Amanda, I hope. Man, I've never seen a case like this case in my life. And I don't know. I don't know. Like, there was a 17-year-old autistic kid that went missing in Hendersonville. They found him. They found him. Thank you, Ash Cash. Love you, honey. They found him. They find kids if they're out there. They find him. I would be devastated knowing. Yeah. Yeah, here for truth. But watch. She's going to say, he's already. And then she calls her husband, who's allegedly 3.5 hours away, because she's too devastated to call a 911 because she says she searches 3 minutes the whole big ass house and outside, calls him, and he says immediately, just like Lilly and Jack's mom, immediately called 911, except he called the sheriff's office, which it says, if this is the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, if this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. And then he hangs up, and then he calls the non-emergency number. Your child is missing.
Censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he?
Right. 6:43 ish when he called. It's 6:03 when she's calling Edgar. And it's not until 6:43 till she is out, because dispatch says she's out searching for him in their neighborhood right now. So what took 43 minutes or 40 minutes?
I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But
it's a bad sign to do that.
After I looked, and and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But
1 minute
I
flat.
didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already.
Who's he? Who's he already doing?
Like, at this point, I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And
oh, there's that cough. Now watch her behavior. It stresses her out more already. It stresses her out more that he coughed, because, in my opinion, there's a slip that he's already.
He was like,
Oh, tapping those fingers. Got to recall something.
Three-wayed. He three-wayed.
He three-wayed. He three-wayed. Yeah. Yeah. When's the last time you've heard of someone three-weighing a non-911 number over your kid missing?
Law enforcement, and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I ran.
Go back to the house. They're on their way. You're on three-way together. If you're on three-way together, right? Why does he have to tell you to go back to the house? You're on three-way together. Why is Edgar having to tell you to go back to the house? They're on their way. And I ran back, drove.
Drove back to the house, and 20 days later, we haven't found him. Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And
yeah, things like that doesn't happen in that neighborhood. It doesn't happen like that in the neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Robin. I drove around the neighborhood with your windows up. With your windows up. Oh my God.
do you think, has he ever like walked away before? Or, like, has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to
outside of a 10-mile search radius. Yeah. Yeah. You would have to say, leave the house first and at least be in the neighborhood. But yeah, walked out of the search radius. Literally a 10-mile search radius. Golden. You are right. You are absolutely right.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Bullshit. Complete bullshit. Pardon my French. It saddens me to no end that Summer Wells grew up the way she did, and she's out there. She's out there, and there's no justice. No justice. And now we're almost a year and a half. Well, coming up on a year and a half of Sebastian being missing, and nothing. And in my opinion, both were failed when they were, before they went missing, let alone after they went missing. And something, there has to be something. There has to be something. I was listening to, oh God, I can't think of her name right now. I think her name was, God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Where's it was Dale, and the husband's name is Dale. He's getting charged for unaliving. They found her in a gas tank on their farm. Dale, and it's right there. Lime's brain, I'm telling you. Warner, thank you so much. Roxy. D. Warner, D and Dale. And that private investigator, that his name is Billy, good private investigator, former police officer. And he said, just because, and I'm not talking about Sebastian's case when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about D. Warner case. But he says about Dale, he says, it was caught, I think the 48 hours or Dateline, I can't remember which one it's on. It says a nobody case. And he says, just because someone's good at hiding a body doesn't mean they get to get away with the crime. Right? Just because someone's good at hiding something doesn't mean they get by with it. And he said that brilliantly. And they were going to file charges even if they hadn't have found D, because they had other things. And, Summers not found. The police have to know who did it. They have to know. Like, if you're 4 years into this and you don't know a hell of a lot more, then give up. Give it up. Sebastian's case, they know it's criminal, right? They know it's criminal. And for them to know it's criminal, they have to know a crime took place. Right? So there has to be another something. I don't know. These kids deserve justice. Yes, Kathleen, he still is. Dale claimed Dee left behind her huge ring, and he was doing things with the finances. Yeah. Yep. I would never give up. God, no, golden girl. God, no. And Rainbow, that's a really good point. Summer break can be scary for some children, being home all day and not safe at school. And some kids don't even get a meal. You know what I mean? Like some kids, sadly, really the only meal that they get is at school. And, most of us kids, when we were in school, like we couldn't wait till summer break. We couldn't wait. And, now you just think there's got to be kids out there that absolutely freaking dread summer break. I just can't. I literally just can't. What did Vic say? Ms. Vic, what's going on, baby? What did I miss? They know, and a lot of tips are pouring in, yet they don't return anybody's call or give emails or do anything for keeping it close to the vest, allegedly. They email me. I got an email. They do email some people back. They won't email a lot of people back, but they do email some people back. Justin, read Kelly's text. It depends how far up it is. If I can read it or not. Well, school is letting out now in places. Does anyone know an update of CP getting his daughter? I don't know. I don't know. Bless Nina. Bless that woman. Man, I cannot imagine the stuff that woman's been through. Yes, he was very high functioning autistic. But when he first went missing, figure A and B, Edgar Amos and KK Amos here, said that he might be 15 in body, but he's young in mind, and made him seem like he wasn't very functional at all. But he certainly was. Certainly was. Certainly is. If there is a messaging, if there's, I think it'd be missing child and 5 CPS reports, he should. I mean, it was interesting because when Betty had, was going through all that stuff, which thankfully the grand jury dropped it. He told the court, Nina, court and all that, because she had said there's a child that went missing in this house, and you're wanting me to send, my daughter there, and we don't know what happened to Sebastian. And he said, his house is perfectly safe. But yet he said he was also, scared of bets. Also, on 1 year interview, KP said things were misconstrued in the beginning. Yes. Well, her and him are the ones that put it out there in the news. Yes. Yeah. You can't misconstrued, in my opinion, something that you just say, he's 15 in his body, but he's young in mind, and he might be able to get to culverts, but he wouldn't know, he doesn't know, he wouldn't know how to get on a bus, transit, or anything like that. Crazy. Seth has been, I can tell you, he has been working his ass off recently doing things, being proactive for a son, like working his ass off. Well, there's no transit service in that area, just a school bus. I mean, they probably have some sort of bus or something, don't they? Like, not like a city bus, but like a little transport the city pays for. You would think. I do too. SI officer. I do too. Now she says people are wrong or misunderstood. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, let me show you my upcoming. I think I loaded them. Let me see if I can do it here. You guys will want to see some new art for the upcoming video that I'm making. Hold on, you guys are gonna laugh. Give me 2 seconds. Had this made. Look at this, guys. Watch this. Hold on. All right. All right. Do y'all remember a picture similar like this? Y'all remember a picture similar like this? You remember that? There you go. Thank you, plant lady. Yeah, it's when they were all standing in front of like a truck and they were all standing together, but Edgar was, alleged searching. Edgar was in his boots. All right. Don't talk about my truck. Don't talk about my truck, mother chicken. How about this one? How about this one? We don't talk about trucks around here. Hold on, I might have something here. Bear with me. Give me 2 seconds. I've got so many. Good Lord. I think it's called Edgar, put your bra on. There's trouble next door. KK's got her on the neighbor's floor. Damn, where's it at? It's got to be here. Do I have that many recordings? Dear God. I need to clean out my computer. I need to go through this stuff and condense it. I'm telling you, it's bad. So much. Damn, where is it at? Anyway. Maybe it's... Sorry, guys. I just want to try to make y'all laugh. All right, let me show you the next one. Look at this one. Who do these two look like? Who do these two look like? In your opinion? Guess. Who would you say? If you had to guess. K. And hold on, let me see if it's this. Nope, that's not it. Damn. 2 seconds. Okay, that's not it. Shit. I'm trying to find a song here. It's just not working out for me, I don't think. Maybe that's it. Nope, that's not it either. Oh, can I look it up? Let's see here. I might be able to do this. Fuck, no, it didn't work. Shoot. All right, I'll look at it again sometimes later. I've got too much. Oh, hold on. Why does it do this? So hold on. I think I got it. I got it. Oh wait, fuck. 1 second. It's called. Okay, I think I got it, guys. Maybe. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, as long as I do it like picture, perhaps, and then if I do it like this. Oh my god, why does it do this stuff? Sorry, I got way too much shit on here sometimes. I want you to hear this song really, really bad. Okay, we're close, 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 close. 1, 2. I gotta be passing it. I just fucking the damn thing. Can I copy and paste it? Oh my god. Oh, fuck it then, guys. I'm sorry. I'll do it later, I guess. It just drives me nuts. I want you guys to hear this. But there's just way too much on here, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to like hold y'all up forever. Oh. No, that's it. It's right. Pearls for Mother's Day. It's right above that one, but I can't find it on this one. That's what I don't understand. Why does things do this? I mean, I wonder if I can show you like this. Copy. Maybe let me do it like this. Paste. It did it. It did it. We got it, guys. Okay, we got it now. I just have to go out a little bit more. We got it. Watch this. We got it. It's 2 minutes long, I think. I don't know why, like, you have to do it like this. Like when you do it will only go to the length of like a picture, and I just need the audio. Really. Okay, we got it. Here we go. Let's add. Okay, it's almost there. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play it. Thank you for waiting, y'all. Here we go.
That goose got a toe for every crack in the floor. Every alibi is weaker than the one before. Trust me, believe me, he says with a grin, but you can feel the truth unraveling within. That girl, you lie, 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 why you even try? Your stories twist like smoke reaching to the sky. The lie detector hums you just tonight, tonight. Oh, Edgar, your mask is slipping goodbye. You won't give the details
Sandy.
about that shady night. You dance around the truth like shadows in the light. Every question's met with a clever disguise, but your poker face flinches, can't hide the tells in your eyes. And girl, you lie, 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 why you even try? Your stories twist like smoke reaching to the sky. The lie detector hums you just tonight, tonight. Oh, Edgar, your mask is slipping goodbye. You won't give the details about that shady night. You dance around the truth like shadows in the light. Every question's met with a clever disguise, but your poker face flinches, can't hide the tells in your eyes. You paint the air with words, but they crumble and fade. A castle built of whispers and a mess you've made. The clock's counting down, get ready to confess. Or has the truth become a burden you surprise? Girl, you lie, 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 why you even try? Your stories twist like smoke reaching to the sky. The lie detector hums you just tonight, tonight. Oh, Edgar, your mask is slipping goodbye. Your mask is slipping goodbye. Lie, 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 why you even try? Your stories twist like smoke reaching to the sky. The lie detector hums you just tonight, tonight. Oh, Edgar, your mask is slipping goodbye. Edgar, your mask is slipping goodbye.
That's a good song. I love the melody of it. I think it's a great song. Thank you, Rainbow. Thank you so much, my darling. I thought that was a great song myself, personally. I just absolutely love the melody of it. So, sorry you had to wait so long, but I knew it would be worth it. YouTuber's on it tonight. YouTuber is on it. Cluckfoot. I think so too, Lolo. I like it, plant lady. You guys are patient. You guys are patient. I have so much stuff in my computer. You know how much like Google gives you to like store photos and videos and all that? I'm already at the second tier that I have to pay for per month at the second tier. Like you get, I don't know, I think you get almost like a terabyte in the beginning, but I've got like so much from Summer Wells and all the cases I've done, because you never know when you need to go back. Yeah, I just bought a drive. It's, I think it's 5 terabytes. 5 terabytes. And it's just a portable drive. You can store everything on it. Everything. And all of that. But what I am doing now with especially like a lot of the videos and stuff that I have stored, actually, Mandy told me this. She's like, just upload it. She's just like, make just a separate YouTube channel. And for you guys out there, do this as well. don't, like, if you start running out of storage, she's like, upload it to YouTube because it's unlimited storage, and just put it on private. You just lost 15,000 screenshots. Oh my God, Golden. Thank you, Retha. Yep. Yep. That's what she told me. I'm like, so now I'm uploading these as I go along. Years. Can you not get it back, Golden? What happened to it? He's riding back. Justin, looks like Edgar's riding back in the back of Edgar's truck. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I disagree with Jennifer on that. I really do. But it is what it is, and she might change her mind again later. I don't know. We all think differently, and I agree with her on everything else, just not that 3 a.m. lights at all. Like, at all. That's right, Vic. That's right, baby. I don't know. I really respect her. I really do. I was disheartened, but I hope she'll talk to Seth, and maybe some of the neighbors will talk to her. Some of my sources who know better. I just hope Sebastian is found. It's too much. Any idea why At Night has gone quiet? I don't. I don't know. I haven't talked to Nick and them for ages. It's been a while. Yeah, Carol. I'm not. I don't know. Seth was in chat, Justin. I don't think he will. No. I listen, Rainbow, that's one thing. I cannot fake it. Listen, if I was the last one here that thought differently than every other creator, I will not bend to peer pressure or anything. What the things that I know and my conscience, I can't do it. These are human beings. They're human beings. These are kids. They're human beings. And I think some people forget that, sadly. And you have to be to thine own self be true. You know what I mean? One of those. Where is Tony at? Tony has been working a lot and doing his thing and all that. Thank you, Vic. Thank you. See a few channels in here for crime, and I can say confidently that you are. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rainbow. I appreciate that. I really do. You guys are very sweet. Guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. How you doing? Thank you very much. And I am off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday. Hopefully we're going to be doing some traveling this summer. And I'll be hopefully maybe at a town near you. Me and Remy Pearl. How you doing? So, you never know. I might be in Canada. I'll probably be in Canada in July for those Canadians out there. So if you want to see me, let me know. I'm thinking about doing some other content as well this summer. A tour de Pearl. Tour de Pearl is what we'll call it. And I'm thinking about doing, guys, I'm eccentric at best. But I'm thinking about doing cemetery tours, if you will, but finding a couple people in the cemetery, and of course permission from the family, if they're still around, and talking about simple people that lived extraordinary lives. Maybe they founded a town where, wherever town that you live in, maybe it was the person that founded a town. Maybe it was, a mom who took care of, 10 kids by herself, and, that was her story. So if you're into that kind of thing, let me know. I love history. I'm a huge history buff. Huge. I love, love, love history. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, let me know. I'm also creating another channel, and it's going to be a channel that's not Remy Pearl, and it's not true crime. Oh, history. The UK is history still standing. But it's just going to be me when I want to go live, and I don't want to talk about true crime, and I don't want to talk about anything in particular. I just want to, I might go live just laying in bed. You never know. So, I'll probably be announcing that tomorrow, what that channel is called and all that. So, lots of things coming around the bin. Find the antique picture and research and tell me all about the people in the picture. Oh, really, Brenda? Oh, that's neat. I love history. Yeah, I love documentaries and biographies. I don't watch anything, very rarely, if it's not factual. Like if it's not, like, I have a lot of people like to watch like fiction and stuff like that. I'm not that person. You'd be fun to travel with. Pretty fun to travel with. But I like documentaries, biographies. I think I've already got the scripts, and I've already done the voiceovers. I've got some old Hollywood little biographies and stuff I'm putting out as well. Nonfiction for you too, yeah. My uncle found my doppelganger in a vintage photo from an antique shop. Maybe she was. That's so cool, Magic Star. His story on a pole. Lucy Lou, you're funny. You're funny. Yeah. Yeah, it's just going to be. Sometimes I want to go live and I don't want to talk true crime. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to talk like I'm doing now. You know what I mean? So That's amazing, Magic Star. Well, we all have a twin, they say. So I like doing documentaries about especially old Hollywood stars, mainly female. But like Lucille Ball, Mae West. Some of y'all probably don't even know who Mae West is. You know, Zsa Zsa Gabor, things like that. I don't know. I'm not very fascinated by guys, stars. I don't know why. Like, yeah, Betty Davis, all of them, like old Hollywood, like real stars. Not what there is today. Of course, Marilyn, of course. 1814. Wow. That's right. She was a gangster. She was gangster before gangster was even a thing. Hey, Nana, good to see you. What is the saying? She says something about one life. Hold on. But if you work it right, one life is Mae West quote. It's one of my favorite quotes. I can't believe I can't think of it right now. What is that quote? She says, when I'm good, I'm good. When I'm bad, I'm better. But Mae West life quote. You only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough. I'm a huge fan of Katharine Hepburn. I love Katharine Hepburn. Love Elizabeth, yes. There you go. I have that quote. I have a little plaque that says that with Mae West on it. We drove through Mae West Curve in Yellowstone last summer. Did you? YouTuber, I think, is in Australia. She was the queen of the double entendre because they literally threw her in jail. They literally threw her in jail. She lived at the Ravenswood. All right, guys. Good night, everyone. God bless you all. I appreciate you. You all are stunning. Marilyn has some great quotes too. Desi Arnaz, yes. Lucille Ball, love them all. I'd like dirt on Doris Day. Oh, nice. Thank you, Golden. Love you guys. Good night, everyone.